This is the song that plays when you're on the waiting screen. I know you want to watch, for now just watch the scene. The streamer is away, don't worry, he'll be back soon. For now just watch this graveyard shaded by the moon. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble gobble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. This is the next part of the song where the second verse goes. I totally switched up the syllable count to keep you on your toes. Green, yellow, purple, orange, green again, and red. Those are colors that exist, skeletons are dead. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble babble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. I'm not sure how long to actually make this song. I'm worried the AI will make it come out wrong. Power isn't free, I really wish it were. All these AI songs run together in a blur. This is the song that plays when you're on the waiting screen. I know you want to watch, for now just watch the scene. The streamer is away, don't worry, he'll be back soon. For now just watch this graveyard shaded by the moon. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble babble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. The song is almost at an end, the time is almost here. Actually, I'm kidding, there's more time left, I fear. I guess while you're waiting, I'll make the song replay. I hope you're being patient and you haven't gone away.
Hey guys, I decided to whisper this part. This totally isn't something the AI put in. It was a decision I made by myself, organically. Anyway.
This is the song that plays when you're on the waiting screen. I know you want to watch, for now just watch the scene. The streamer is away, don't worry, he'll be back soon. For now just watch this graveyard shaded by the moon. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble gobble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. This is the next part of the song where the second verse goes. I totally switched up the syllable count to keep you on your toes. Green, yellow, purple, orange, green again, and red. Those are colors that exist, skeletons are dead. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble babble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. I'm not sure how long to actually make this song. I'm worried the AI will make it come out wrong. Power isn't free, I really wish it were. All these AI songs run together in a blur. This is the song that plays when you're on the waiting screen. I know you want to watch, for now just watch the scene. The streamer is away, don't worry, he'll be back soon. For now just watch this graveyard shaded by the moon. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble babble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. The song is almost at an end, the time is almost here. Actually, I'm kidding, there's more time left, I fear. I guess while you're waiting, I'll make the song replay. I hope you're being patient and you haven't gone away.
Hey guys, I decided to whisper this part. This totally isn't something the AI put in. It was a decision I made by myself, organically. Anyway.
This is the song that plays when you're on the waiting screen. I know you want to watch, for now just watch the scene. The streamer is away, don't worry, he'll be back soon. For now just watch this graveyard shaded by the moon. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble gobble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. This is the next part of the song where this
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, various potential viewers in future. I don't think anyone's watching right now, but, oh, one last thing I forgot. Let's see, where is that? This one. I'm going to presume that's just going to work. Let's see here. If I put this here. Oh, actually, that's way better. Okay, I didn't know. Is that a new feature in OBS? Regardless, let's actually get to. Yeah. So I made up some new AI guys. You know what? Hold on a second. Let me just. Okay. Hello. Hello, people of wherever. Oh, that's another thing I forgot. What program is that? Okay. So, we're doing another one of those AI plays D&D things. I thought I would do one for 420 for the funsies of it. I have partaken in some holiday festivities myself. So, brain is a little brainish. All right. Oh, actually, I can go ahead and put this. Yes. Okay. So, let's let's have each of the AIs introduce themselves. All right, let me do like a little introduction for them. Hello, viewers of our live stream. Today we are having 3 AI run through the Roguelands. But before we start our story, let's have each of our AI introduce themselves with a detailed physical description. You go first.
Bud pauses, bringing his joint up slowly to his lips, inhaling deeply until the smoke billows out in a perfect, swirling green cloud. Man, I'm Bud Blazer. And yeah, this whole setup feels kinda mass-produced. My skin is like old moss on bark, draped in leaves, and my hair is just pure hemp chaos. These shades hide eyes that are probably vibrating with good vibes right now.
Right on, man. Respect. Now you introduce yourself.
Bongo wiggle his tail so fast it looks like a blur of orange fluff. Bongo think he look very happy today, and the leaves in Bongo vest are smelling extra yummy. Bongo stand up tall, puffing out chest to show off the overflowing pockets. It for Bongo to say, Bongo is Bongo, and Bongo loves snacks.
Well said. And finally, you introduce yourself. Last but not least, a little excited about this one.
Dwayne throws his massive arms wide open, chest expanding until the lichen seems to strain across his stone pectorals. Kenya Smil, oh, it's slab! I am Dwayne, the slab, mountain, and these emerald eyes are ready to shine brighter than a platinum belt. My moss green frame is pure granite power, built for the main event, whether it's the ring or Hollywood. Let's get this legendary journey started because we ain't stopping until we reach peak stardom.
Bongo sniffed the air dramatically, twitching his nose so hard it almost
You weren't supposed to get a
vibrates
response.
off his face. Bongo looked at the slab and then down at own leaves, nodding seriously. It for Bongo to say that the slabs smell like strong rock and maybe a little bit of old berry jam. Bongo think this adventure gonna be full of crunchiness and fun surprises.
All right. Okay. And now, go back into the scene. Oh, that's not the right. Let's see here. Ah, okay. That would be why that was a problem. There we are. Oh, I don't have the health set up right. There we are. And let me check this works. Yes. Okay. Now that we are all introduced, our story begins within the magical halls of Star Tower. At the Summoning Circle, local concerned citizen Bill is pacing back and forth in front of the Summoning Circle, hoping that his summon works. And with a bright flash and glow, the three of you appear. Bud, Bongo, and the Slab. Bill steps forward and says, "Oh, thank goodness. Adventurers, I think. I need the three of you to head to Boss Battle Peak. You see, a terrible enemy, the modern Major General, is planning to attack the Roguelands, and he must be stopped. So I must ask of you, a vegetable, an animal, and a mineral, to venture across the lands and defeat him. Will you help me, please? Okay.
Aye, Dwayne strikes a dramatic pose, one massive fist clenched at his side, before letting out a booming roar that echoes through Star Tower. Oh, a boss, baby! You just called this titan of industry and culinary genius to the main event! Don't you worry, Bill, because we are about to smash our way straight to victory! We will bring the flavor, the fluff, and the sheer, unadulterated power to that Major General!
Yeah, I really need to get a new voice thing. What I've got right now does not like capital letters. Also, I forgot to put up some music for this. Let's see. This says copyright-free background music. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is royalty-free. It's only got like 65 views. That's some obvious AI-generated stuff. But it's not long enough. What do we got here? Okay, let's just go with regular fantasy music then. Okay. This one looks sort of newish. Okay, I think this one will work. Wait, let me see here. Yeah, I think this one works. Alright. Where were we? Oh yeah, the slab just agreed. Let's have the other two agree also. I mean, probably.
Bongo stops sniffing for a moment, his eyes widening at the mention of Boss Battle Peak. He look at Bill with an eager tilt of head, then glance at the slab's flexing arm. Bongo think this sounds like a very important snack quest. With a happy little hop, he nod and say, "Bongo help! Bongo want fight big bad guy!"
Bud takes another slow drag from his joint, the smoke momentarily obscuring his sunglasses as he surveys Bill's anxious pacing. Man, a major general. Sounds like some seriously stunted corporate drone trying to impose order on true organic bliss. I gotta say, this quest has got real terroir. He nods sagely toward the slab and Bongo. Yeah, we are absolutely going to help you. Bill, let's get this mess sorted before it goes full overgrown.
Okay. And with that, the three of you make your way out of Star Tower. And out into the open world of the Roguelands. The path ahead can lead one of two directions. To the north, there is a path to the Glimmering Marsh. A marsh of bioluminescent flora, known for its beautiful glowworms. To the south is the Clockwork Conservatory, a greenhouse run by clockwork automatons with strange clockwork sculptures of flowers. Which path do you want to take? Pardon me, it's raining. Oh, forgot to prompt. Okay, let's have Bud answer. Well, I'll just have him start.
Bud pauses mid-stride, tilting his head as he considers the options, then exhales a plume that seems to drift toward the northern marsh. The Glimmering Marsh sounds like it's got more vibe in it. Man, bioluminescence is just nature throwing a rave. I think we should head north towards those glowworms. Let's see if they can keep up with our collective chill factor.
Bongo immediately starts bouncing on the balls of his feet, sniffing the air in both directions wildly. The marsh sounds like it has shiny things, and shiny things mean good surprises. Bongo point a paw decisively toward the north path with great enthusiasm. It for Bongo to say, "North! North is where the pretty lights are!"
Bud smiles faintly behind his dark lenses, giving Bongo an approving nod. See, Bill. Even the fluff knows when a good party is happening. He then glances toward the clockwork conservatory path. For just a second, though, those automatons might be kinda rigid-eye. But maybe they're secretly deep thinkers. Let's roll north and soak up that natural glow.
Dwayne puffs out his chest so hard the lichen seems to crackle with energy, then points a massive stone finger decisively toward the northern path. Nar-T-H-I-T-I-S! The Glimmering Marsh. That sounds like where the real spectacle happens. We are going to soak up that bioluminescence and let it fuel our legendary journey. Let's go show these glowworms what true mountainous charisma looks like.
Bongo lets out a high-pitched squeak of pure delight at the unanimous decision to go north. He immediately
pressed some
begins
buttons wrong
sniffing the air again, trying to catch any scent of particularly juicy marsh berries. Bongo thinks the glowworms might be edible if they are sweet enough. With a sudden burst of energy, he flickers into a small tanuki form and darts ahead toward the northern path, ready for adventure!
All right. Let's see here. Where's that? And with that, the three of you make your way north to the glowing marsh. The path quickly darkens as you enter the marsh. Almost no light is getting through the canopies, but everything is lit by a soft glow coming from various mushrooms, glowing bugs, and patches of glowing moss, all growing in the underbrush. As you make your way closer in to the center of the marsh, you overhear what sounds like an argument. You hear a voice say, "No! I'm the one who's going to get the glow scales." And then another similar voice says, "Actually, you are mistaken, because it is I who will be getting the glow scales." And as you step into a clearing, you all see two gnomes, a red gnome and a blue gnome, arguing in front of a very large glowing worm that appears somewhat agitated. Let's see here.
Bongo stopped mid-scamper, his little tanuki body freezing instantly in the mossy ground. His nose twitches so fast it looks like a tiny metronome going wild as he processes the argument. He looks at the glowing worm with intense focus, then back at the arguing gnomes. Bongo think those glow scales sound very important for snacking.
As Bud stops walking entirely, letting his own smoke drift down to mingle with the marsh's soft luminescence. Man, these little guys are having a classic authenticity clash. They can't agree on who gets the good stuff. He slowly pulls out his pruning knife, tapping the blade thoughtfully against his palm. That worm looks seriously stressed, like it's been forced into some kind of corporate synergy meeting. We should probably intervene before this whole thing goes full bureaucratic deadlock.
All right, Bud, as you step forward, the two gnomes both notice you. The gnome in the red says, "Back off! You don't get any of these glow scales either. I, Red, the jeweler, need these scales for my craft. They are very valuable, I'll have you know." And the gnome in blue says, "No, Red, it is I, Mr. Bluetone, famous jeweler, who will be taking these glow scales." The squabbling appears to irritate the large glowworm in the clearing. Red and Bluetone glare at each other for a moment before turning their glares on you and saying, "Butt out!"
Dwayne stops dead center in the clearing, planting his massive stone feet firmly into the glowing moss, then slowly raises one colossal fist toward the gnomes. LOP! Hold the phone! You two little flavor packets are about to get a taste of true legendary power. He lets out a deep, earth-shaking rumble. We aren't leaving until this dispute is settled with maximum impact. Let's see who has the superior brand presence. Red or Blatone?
Okay. Oh, hold on. All right. All right, at your words, Dwayne. Red and Bluetone both glare at each other again, and they say... Red says, "Well, obviously I am superior. Have you seen Bluetone's work? It's shoddy. It's junk." Bluetone glares back at Red and says, "Oh, that's rich coming from you. Ah, you wouldn't know a diamond from a zirconium." But they both appear interested in the idea of proving which one of them is superior. How do you propose they go about it?
Dwayne lets out a massive, booming laugh that seems to shake the very mushrooms around him. Hey! They are already in the mindset! This isn't just an argument. This is a pre-fight promo segment. I say we put their craftsmanship to the ultimate test right here on the slab. Let's see who can make something worthy of my endorsement. Because that's how you prove greatness.
All right. Let's see here. Okay. Red and blue both side-eye each other. They think, yes, this works as an idea. Red says, all right, I'm game. And blue says, I am also game. Red says, but first, we need materials. One of you three is going to have to go over to the glowworm. And he points again at the giant glowworm, which is waving back and forth, a little uncertain about the entire situation. And Bluetone says, yes, one of you will have to get a set of scales from that glowworm. And then we will craft off. And Red says, yes, whoever makes the superior product will be declared the victor. And let's see. All right. Bluetone points at Bongo and says, you there, furry one. You look like you're good with animals on account of being one. See if you can get some scales from the glowworm.
Bongo twitch his nose so hard it almost pops off in sheer excitement at being chosen. He look at the giant glowing worm, then back at the gnomes with a determined little wiggle of his tail. Bongo think he can do this for the shiny scales and the ensuing crafting contest. With a cheerful yip, he darts forward toward the agitated glowworm to begin the collection mission.
Alright. Alright, Bongo. You approach the glowworm. It seems to get a little more anxious as you approach. Most likely it will not just let you take some of its scales. You will have to calm it down or otherwise convince it to let you have some of its scales first. What do you do?
Bongo stop right at the worm's massive head and give it a very earnest, wide-eyed stare. He then begins to gently sniff near one of the glowing patches on its side, letting out soft, appreciative little snuffling sounds. Bongo think maybe if he smells nice enough, the worm will feel safe. Then With a sudden burst of happy energy, he gives his own belly a quick, gentle drum, hoping the sound is soothing rather than jarring this time.
Alright, Bongo. You attempt to calm the glowworm with a belly drum. Let's see how well you do. You'll have to roll above a 12. You have rolled a 14. The glowworm is intrigued by the gentle sound of your drumming, and it allows you to get close enough to touch its scales. It still seems a little agitated. It will need to be calmed slightly more. Bud, let's get your input on the situation.
Bud watches Bongo's successful attempt with quiet satisfaction, letting out a soft, approving hum. Nice work, little Fluff. You got that natural charm dialed in perfectly. He then steps forward slightly, positioning himself near the worm's head. Maybe it needs something more potent than just good vibes and tummy rumbles. I think we should offer it some genuine appreciation for its magnificent glow.
Okay. Alright, Bud. You step closer to the glowworm. From what you're able to tell, if you're able to calm it down successfully, both you and Bongo will be able to get one of the glowing scales, so the gnomes can do their crafting contest. How do you calm down the glowworm?
Bud takes a deep, deliberate inhale, letting the sweet scent of his joint mingle with the marsh's earthy perfume. Man, this thing needs to feel real connection, not just polite attention. He slowly extends one moss-covered hand toward the worm's side. I think we should offer it some pure, unadulterated bliss through a little herbal infusion.
Alright. Is that one of your powers, or are you just... What are you doing here? Okay, I see. Alright, Bud, it sounds like you're using your Peace Out ability. It is already somewhat calm, so you just have to roll above a 7. Alright, you roll a 15. With that, the potent smoke of your Peace Out ability suffuses the area. The glowworm calms, swaying gently back and forth in rhythm with Bongo's drumming. With only a little effort and some care, you're both able to get a glowing scale and bring them back to the gnomes. With that, red and blue both take out little sets of tools and attempt to craft a masterful piece of jewelry from these glow scales as fast as possible. Red's attempt is a little below average. Probably the humidity of the marsh and the lack of a workshop. Blue, meanwhile, Blue Tone appears completely unbothered by the elements of the area and is able to create a masterful piece of jewelry. Red looks at Blue Tone's far superior piece of jewelry, then back at his own, which is really not that great, and he lets out an aggravated growl. He points at Dwayne. You, big rock guy! You do the judging! I don't trust Blue Tone here to be impartial. I should specify, both of them rolled for a result. Red got a 9, Blue Tone got a 19.
Dwayne slowly approaches the two tiny gnomes, his massive shadow falling over their little crafting station like a benevolent stone cloud. He leans down, examining
What?
Blue Tone's piece with an intense emerald gaze before nodding slowly. Another unique show! Look at that shine! That is some next level artistry right there! He turns to Red. You got effort, my friend, but this is pure unadulterated Lugia IR. Sirefta Igi! I declare Blue Tone the victor by a landslide!
I really need to fix that in the voice generation. Darn it. Oh well. Alright. The slab, you have declared a victor. Red looks very aggravated by this. Let's see how aggravated. He looks around at all the rest of you and lets out a sigh. Darn. I'll win next time. He glares at Blue Tone. You hear that, Blue Tone? I'll win next time. See you Tuesday. And then he begins walking out of the marsh. Blue Tone grins triumphantly and says, Yes! Now I will go and get all the glow scales this week. He walks over to the, still pacified glowworm and begins, gently taking some of the scales. You have successfully resolved this situation. Is there anything else you would like to do before you leave?
The Dwayne watches Red stomp off with a satisfied grin spreading across his stone face, then turns toward Blue Tone with an encouraging nod. That's the spirit! Never quit when the grind calls, brother! He flexes slightly. Before we move on to the next challenge, let's make sure this victory is properly celebrated. I think we need some fuel for the journey ahead. Time for a little gourmet infusion.
Alright, Dwayne. Sounds like you're using your gourmet ability. So, let's see what you can make. You rolled a 7 on the die, so... you think that what you end up with is perfectly edible. But to everyone else, it is a rock coated in mud. Although, to you it is, of course, a very delicious cold roast rock roast with mud sauce. But no one else appears interested in eating it.
Dwayne beams, his massive stone chest practically vibrating with pride as he holds up the muddy creation. SCE. It's not just a rock, it's an EX-N-C! This cold roast rock roast with mud sauce has layers of flavor that will blow your mind. He takes a huge theatrical bitey. The texture is perfect. The earthy notes are chef's kiss. Now let's get this legendary adventure moving before we lose our momentum.
Bud watches Dwayne devour his muddy masterpiece with an expression of profound zen, like approval. Man, that's peak authenticity right there. A rock elevated to culinary art through sheer willpower. He takes a slow drag from his joint, letting the smoke drift over the scene. While it looks kinda unprocessed to us mortals, I can taste the soul in that mud sauce. Let's follow the slab's lead and keep moving toward whatever glorious chaos
Press too many
awaits.
buttons. Oops.
Bongo sniffed the muddy rock roast with extreme suspicion, twitching his nose rapidly as he analyzes the texture. He looked at the slab happily munching away, then back at the mud-coated prize. Bongo think it looks like a very sturdy flavor-packed leaf. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, he hops up and tries to gently nudge the rock roast closer to Bud's joint for inspection. It for Bongo to say, Bongo want taste the rock.
Dwayne scoops up a massive chunk of the muddy roast with his hand, offering it toward Bongo. Come on, little man! Don't be shy, this ain't just food, it's fuel for greatness! He winks dramatically, Bud. You get that vibe. This is what happens when dedication meets raw earth power. Let's keep the momentum rolling and see where these glow scales lead us next.
Alright, Bongo, you taste the rock. It tastes like a rock. That is all. And with that, you exit the glowing marsh The path ahead has only one path. The other being closed for construction. The path ahead leads you to the Whispering Woods. A place of ancient tree spirits and woodland creatures.
Bud watches Bongo's brief, existential crisis with amusement, then nods toward the Whispering Woods. Well, even if it tastes like pure geological essence, it still has terroir, man. The woods sound perfect. A place where things can just grow without corporate oversight. Let's dive into that ancient energy and see what kind of wild wisdom those tree spirits are hoarding.
All right. There's the Gemma. The three of you continue on. The somewhat overgrown path leads you into the Whispering Woods. Though, despite what the tales say, the woods appear strangely silent. As you walk through, you eventually come upon what looks like a sprite talking to a small tree spirit. The small tree spirit says to the sprite, "Please, won't you give back the voices of the forest? What do you even need them for?" And the sprite says, "I need them because shut up is why." Literally because shut up. So no, I'm not giving them back. The tree spirit notices the three of you and quickly hurries over and says, "Oh, you three look like adventurers. Please, you must help us. The evil cranberry sprite has decided to steal the voices of the forest. He says he'll only give them back if we defeat his 3 challenges, and I am but a small little sapling. I can do nothing."
Bud pauses mid-stride, letting out another long, thoughtful plume of smoke that seems to hang in the still air. Shut up. Oh, because shut up. That's some deep, beautifully nihilistic counterculture philosophy right there. He turns his head toward the tiny tree spirit with a gentle smile. "Don't you worry about it, little sprout. We are here to fight this cultural dilution. We will make sure those voices get their authentic resonance back.
Dwayne stops dead in his tracks, planting himself like a colossal statue amidst the silent trees, then throws his arms out wide in an epic declaration. THVOIC of TT Forest! That's more than just noise. That's the soundtrack to true greatness. He turns toward the tiny tree spirit with overwhelming enthusiasm. Fear not, little sapling, because Dwayne, the slab, mountain is here to bring the volume back up. We will SMMISH this cranberry sprite and restore the full sonic tapestry of these woods.
Bongo stops, sniffing immediately upon hearing the word. Voices, his large eyes widening until they look like polished amber marbles. He looks from Bud's thoughtful smoke to the slab's booming declaration with immense glee. Bongo think this sounds like a very fun puzzle! With a quick, excited flick of his tail, he decides he must participate in the voice-saving mission immediately.
All right. Let's see here. The cranberry sprite saunters forward with a smirk on his face and says, all right. You three want to take on my challenges? Fine. I got 3 of my boys scattered around the forest. You find them and you defeat their challenges, and I'll give you back these voices. Until then, I'll be waiting at the exit of the forest. And he, floats off. There are 3 areas of challenges. You see 3 sprites. A red sprite, a green sprite, and a blue sprite. You will each have to pick 1 sprite to complete the challenge. The slab gets to pick first.
Dwayne strikes his signature pose. Shoulders back, chest out, emerald eyes blazing with competitive fire. All right, listen up, little cranberry menace. You want to test the Titan? You want to see what happens when you push a legend to his absolute limit? So he points a massive stone finger toward the 3 sprites I'm picking the right sprite edge. First, let's see if this thing has any real backbone or just cheap dye. Let's QOO!
Okay. And the slab chooses the red sprite. Bongo. You must choose either the green sprite or the blue sprite to complete the challenge of.
Bongo twitches his nose so hard it looks like a rapid-fire hummingbird in motion while sniffing the air around the sprites. He glances at the vibrant red one with curiosity, then sniffs deeply near the green and blue ones to catch their unique scents. Bongo thinks the blue sprite smells most like sweet berries. With a happy little squeak, he decides that is where his adventure must begin.
Okay. And Bud, that leaves you with the green sprite.
A Bud slowly nods, adjusting his sunglasses as if to better absorb the vibrant energy of the green sprite. The green one it is. Let's see if its vibe matches the earthy resonance of this whole place. He takes a deep, deliberate drag from his joint. I feel like that sprite might be leaning into some serious organic authenticity, which is always a good sign. Let's go show him what true, unadulterated bliss looks like when it gets involved in a challenge.
Okay, let's see. Alright, Bud, let's go over your challenge first. The green sprite buzzes around a large log treant who is sitting on his side on the ground, just sort of laying there like a log. The green sprite kicks his little feetsies and says, "Oh, I'm so terribly bored. Tell you what, my challenge is for you to make music, using only what you can find in this forest." And he gestures to like some sticks and rocks and leaves. Do that, and you will win my challenge. He also says, if you can think of a different way to entertain me, that works too.
Bud exhales slowly, letting the smoke curl around his leafy beard as he surveys the log sprite. Music, using only the raw materials of this beautiful chaos. He taps a finger thoughtfully against his chin. Instead of just banging things together, I think we need something with soul. Let's see if we can coax some natural harmony out of these sticks and rocks.
Alright, Bud. You are attempting to make some music. Do you have any specific technique? Or do you want me to just roll for a result?
Bud smiles faintly beneath his dark lenses, the movement barely disturbing the hemp foliage of his hair. Nah, man. Let's not rely on random chance. We gotta bring our own intention to this groove. I think a combination of rhythmic tapping and some deep, resonant humming will really set the tone. Let's try to create something that feels less like noise and more like a slow, blissful vibration.
Okay. Alright, Bud, you are attempting to make music like they did back in the caveman days. I'm gonna say you need a result of at least 7. Oh, very unfortunate. You have rolled a 3. The initial sticks and rocks you pick out don't actually resonate well when clacked together, or whatever it is you're doing. The green sprite grimaces and says, "No!" Like, straight no. That is not good music. And the green sprite sort of glares at you and says, "Alright, I'll give you one more chance. And if you fail this, I'm gonna make my own fun."
Bud lets out a low, drawn-out sigh that sounds suspiciously like a contented exhale of smoke. A3. Man, the universe is testing our commitment to authenticity today. He shakes his head slowly, then looks at the log sprite with renewed determination. Okay, one more shot. We're not letting this thing go full synthetic on us. Let's try something different. A steady, deep beat using a large rock as a bass drum, and some leaves for high hat percussion.
Alright. Alright. Just roll above a 7. Alright, this time you've rolled a 19. After a little more careful selection of instruments, I guess you could call them, you're able to get some pretty decent rhythm, and your humming is nice and in tune this time. The green sprite sort of waves back and forth and says, "Yeah, that's more like it. Alright, that's, you've beaten my challenge." And he flies off to the edge of the forest towards the cranberry sprite. Bud, you have completed the challenge.
As Bud lets out a triumphant, low chuckle that sounds like dry leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. See, that's how it's done. You gotta put the good vibes into the process. It wasn't just about hitting the target number. Man, It was about finding the flow. Now we get to see what kind of chaotic energy the red sprite is throwing down for the slab.
You know what? You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Slab, we will go to your challenge. You were in a, roughly square, rocky clearing. Over to one side, there is a large, animated tree. And standing across from you in the stone square of the clearing is a red sprite. Not the cranberry sprite, this is a different sprite. But the red sprite says to you, "Alright, big guy, I'm not scared of you. My challenge is, you must defeat me in combat!" And he gets into a fighting stance.
Dwayne throws his massive arms out wide again, chest puffed up so hard the leakin seems to strain across his stone pectorals. A combix Kalalianji! Now we're talking about putting on a show! He grins, showing off perfectly formed mossy teeth. You want to test the slab. You better bring your A game, because I am bringing the main event energy! Let's get this rock show started, and make sure that Red Sprite knows who runs this forest!
Alright. Let's see who gets the first turn. The red sprite rolls a 2. And you roll a 5. So, the slab gets the first move.
Dwayne takes a deep, earth-shaking breath, his emerald eyes narrowing with focused intensity. 5! That's the number of dedication, the number of relentless grind. He stomps one massive foot down, causing a small tremor in the clearing. Alright, Red Sprite, you want to play rough. Then let's get this party started with some pure, unadulterated power. Prepare yourself for the S-Lob Slop!
Alright, the slab. Very slowly, because he is dramatically narrating, stomps forward. The red sprite is too entranced with your showman's persona to actually notice you getting very close to him. And then you slam down with a slab slap. Let's see if you hit. Unfortunately, he notices right at the last second that you are about to drop a very large rock on him and dodges out of the way. But he also has to avoid the tremor. And with a roll of 9, the red sprite is unable to avoid your tremor. He falls to the ground and lets out like a pitiful ow Ow! Owie! Ow, that hurt! Ow! And then, like, he sees the very obvious crater you just punched into the ground and says, you know what? I think you win this one. And he just, still muttering about, I think I sprained my tuchus. He, flutters off to the end of the forest. The slab has completed his challenge!
Dwayne lets out a guttural roar that echoes through the clearing, pumping his massive fists in the air as if celebrating a championship pinfall. Iwas! Taitsa to Iuwa and 2C! That was pure, unadulterated, rock solid dominance right there! He strikes another pose, flexing his stone biceps. Can ya smell, El? What's on the slab? This red sprite just got served up with a side of pulverized earth and ego boost!
And now, Bongo, we go to your challenge. You approach a clear pool of water. Across from it, a blue sprite hovers over the water. And to the side, a willowy dryad sort of wavers back and forth, silently. The blue sprite says, "All right, my challenge is a riddle. You must answer my riddle, and if you fail, I'll get ya!" Are you ready to hear my riddle?
Bongo stops twitching his nose and stares at the blue sprite with wide-eyed reverence, as if it might suddenly sprout a giant, edible flower. He hops excitedly on the balls of his feet near the pool, sniffing the water deeply for any hint of deliciousness. When the blue sprite speaks, Bongo nods vigorously, tail wagging so hard he almost loses balance. "Bongo ready!" he chirps happily, eager to solve whatever leafy puzzle this is.
Alright, alright. The blue sprite says, "Here is my riddle. I have cities, but no houses. I have forests, but no trees. I have water, but no fish. What am I?"
Bongo pauses his enthusiastic tail wagging and tilts his head so far to the side that it looks like he might fall over into the pool. He sniffs the air again, then glances at the dry, wavering leaves near the water, a sudden realization dawning in his big eyes. He, Mom, loves cities but no houses. Ha! Bongo thinks hard, tapping one small paw against his chin thoughtfully. It for Bongo think it is a map.
Alright. The blue sprite says, "You're right! It is a map! Well, you completed my challenge." And he, flies off to the edge of the forest. Bongo, you have won the challenge! The dryad standing next to the pool, smiles at you and does give you an apple.
Bongo lets out a sound that is half squeak, half delighted shriek when he hears, "You won!" He immediately forgets all about the riddle and focuses entirely on the shiny red object in his hand. The apple! His eyes grow enormous, and he begins to gently groom his tanuki paw with intense concentration. "Oh, shiny food!" Bongo declares happily, already planning how many bites this magnificent fruit will take.
And with that, the three of you have completed the challenges. You all walk to the edge of the forest, where you see the three sprites and the cranberry sprite talking to the small forest spirit. The cranberry sprite looks at you and says, "Ah, oh, I didn't expect you'd get those challenges so quickly. Huh. I'm not done having fun denying people these voices yet." And he appears to be debating with himself whether or not to actually give the voices back to you. It seems he may need some convincing.
Dwayne strides forward, his massive stone form casting a huge shadow over the group, and performs a slow, deliberate chest-out entrance. "Hold up right there, Cranberry Sprite! You think you're done having fun!" "Ah," he points a colossal finger at the Spritey. "We are not finished until we have achieved Lagindiar Statuas in this forest. Let us show you the power of the Slab Mountain when it comes to negotiation and sheer star presence."
Okay. Let's see here. Alright. The Cranberry Sprite looks at your challenging pointing and says, "Intriguing. You know what? I'll give you one final challenge. If you can land 3 hits on me, I'll give back the voices." And he flies back to the arena from earlier. And he shouts as he flies, "All right, you pebble, you weird furball and green guy. Let's duke it out!" You all arrive at the arena. The Cranberry Sprite is buzzing around wildly. It seems he'll be very hard to hit. He's quite agile. So agile, in fact, that he gets the first turn in combat. The sprite swoops down at the slab and attempts to hit him. Unfortunately for him, he rolls a 6. He lands what would be a solid hit on anything that isn't literally made out of rocks. Now, Bud, it is your turn. You all have to land, collectively, 3 hits on the Cranberry Sprite.
Bud takes a slow, deliberate drag from his joint, letting the smoke curl around his sunglasses like a protective halo. Man, this little guy is moving with some serious chaotic energy. He's trying to dilute our victory vibes. He nods sagely toward the slab and Bongo. All right. Let's get this done before we lose the momentum of pure authenticity. I think it's time for a focused burst of green fire right at his little fuzzy backside.
Okay. Alright, Bud. You use your Blaze It ability. To blast a cone of green fire. The Cranberry Sprite has to roll to avoid. And he rolls a 9. He is very nearly able to dodge out of the way, but your flames manage to clip the edge of his leg. You have landed 1 hit. Additionally, there is now a large cloud of smoke in the arena. It will make it more difficult for the Cranberry Sprite to hit anything. The Cranberry Sprite is fast enough to get another turn. He is going to attempt to hit Bud. He rolls a 3. The smoke is too intense for him to make any hits. Bongo, it is your turn.
Bongo twitches his nose furiously, sniffing the smoky air as if trying to inhale all the victory vibes in one go. He sees the cranberry sprite buzzing around Bud and decides he must contribute immediately to this glorious assault. Bongo quickly shifts into a small tanuki form, then springs up onto his hind legs, ready for action. Bongo won't hit! He squeaks excitedly, preparing to launch himself at the little sprite.
Alright, Bongo, you turn into your smaller tanuki form and attempt to leap at the sprite. Because you are a smaller animal and are used to jumping at little flying things, probably, you have to roll above a 10 to hit. And you roll a 14. With a tremendous leap, you are able to launch yourself at the cranberry sprite and land a scratch across his chest. That's 2 hits. The cranberry sprite uses his wings to blow away all the smoke from Bud's blaze attack and attempts to land a hit on Bongo. Because Bongo is small, he will have to roll above a 12. And he only rolls an 8. Missing. The slab. It is your turn.
Dwayne watches Bud's fire and Bongo's incredible leap with immense pride, his stone chest swelling even larger. The TWO heights! We are so close to making this whole thing legendary! But he takes a powerful stance, readying himself. Alright? Cranberry Sprite, you think smoke is gonna save ya. You think agility beats the sheer IGHT of the slab. Prepare for the final blow because we are locking down the foundation!
Okay. Okay. All right, the slab. You take your rock-solid stance, becoming immune to damage. The cranberry sprite focuses on your challenge. Let's see how challenged he is. You've rolled a 15, so the cranberry sprite is going to focus all of his attacks on you while you are immune to damage. You feel him... Well, you don't feel, but you see him basically plinking off your stony form, failing to get any real damage in. Bud, it is back to your turn. The cranberry sprite is thoroughly distracted.
Bud lets out a long, slow exhale of smoke that seems to carry the scent of pine and sweet earth. Man, the slab is putting on some serious structural integrity vibes right now. He's built like a redwood in high summer. He nods at Bongo. Good job, little buddy. You brought the necessary chaotic energy to this fray. I think it's time for me to bring my own flavor of organic assault and finish this whole mess off.
Okay. All right, but what do you do, though?
Bud slowly raises his pruning knife, the blade catching the dappled light filtering through the canopy. I think it's time to show this little sprite that true power comes from deep roots and good intentions, not just flashy acrobatics. With a grunt of effort, he channels his inner verdant rage into the steel edge. Time for me to deliver the final, authentic punctuation mark on this whole ridiculous performance.
All right, Bud, you use your just stab a guy attack to just stab a guy. And you roll a 12, which is enough to hit the cranberry sprite while he's distracted. You score a solid line into his shoulder. And the cranberry sprite says, all right, that's 3 hits, darn it. Fine, I'll give back the voices of the forest. And then he flies into the air, and motes of light and magic escape from his pockets and rush throughout the forest, returning the voices as the Whispering Woods come alive with the sounds of whispering and woods. You have successfully saved the Whispering Woods. And the little tree spirit walks up to all of you and says, "Oh, thank you ever so much for your help. I simply must give you a reward. I'll let you have a choice of 3. And he holds up 3 artifacts. He holds up an acorn-shaped earring and says, "This is the acorn earring. It grants the ability to talk to any plant once a day." Then, he holds up a cape made of leaves and says, "This is the leafy cloak. It can allow you to hide instantly." And then he holds up a metal cylinder labeled Sprite and says, "This is Sprite's laughter. It is a vial of distilled joy. You can drink it for an effect." Discuss amongst yourselves which of these artifacts you want to receive.
Bud lets out a long, satisfied sigh, the smoke momentarily settling into a perfect, fragrant cloud around his head. Man, that's the sound of authenticity winning over manufactured hype. Pure bliss. He gestures toward the 3 items with a slow sweep of his hand. The leafy cloak sounds like it would be perfect for blending in when I need to commune with some particularly wise moss. Let's take the cloak, but we should definitely save that sprite lauder for later!
Bongo bounces up and down so fast his vest leaves flutter like a tiny, colorful storm cloud around him when he hears reward. He stares intently at the 3 artifacts, sniffing each one with profound seriousness. The acorn earring makes him think of tasty roots, but the leafy cloak sounds so good for hiding while snacking. Bongo points a paw decisively at the metal cylinder, declaring Bongo wants Sprite Lauter. It smell like happy berries.
Dwayne watches Bud and Bongo's choices with an enormous grin splitting his stone face, then puffs out his chest so hard the lichen seems to strain. Now hold up! You guys are picking flavor over pure, unadulterated pow! He booms. I gotta have that Sprite Lauder too, but if we're talking about making a statement too. The leafy cloak is good for hiding, sure, but the acorn earring lets you talk to the grindy itself. Let's take the acorn earring and make sure we can chat with the best rock roasts in the whole darn forest.
You collectively only get to pick one of these items, so which do you want?
Bud pauses, letting the philosophical weight of the slab's argument settle over him. He slowly nods in agreement. Dwayne has a point about connecting with the source code of nature, man. While the cloak offers stealthy vibes, talking to the actual essence of the forest is way more potent. Let's go with the acorn earring so we can finally have a deep conversation with some ancient roots.
Bongo watches the slab and Bud debate like they are 2 very serious squirrels arguing over the best nut stash. He twitches his nose rapidly at the mention of talking to the G-R-I-N-D, which sounds much more interesting than just hiding. While he loves the idea of being invisible, barring what the roots say is a whole other level of delicious information gathering. Bongo throws his paws up in the air with glee and shouts, "Bongo choose acorn earring too!" So Bongo can ask the trees where the best berries grow!
Alright. Alright, with that, you take the acorn earring, which will allow you to talk to any plant once a day, or any one plant per day. Is there anything else you want to do before you leave the Whispering Woods and continue your journey?
Duh, Dwayne throws his massive arms wide open in triumph, letting out a roar that echoes through the trees like a stadium announcer hitting the final bell. Yes! We are officially leveling up our brand synergy. He strikes a pose, flexing his stone biceps before we move on to the next epic segment of this journey. Let's make sure we leave a lasting impression. I want to use my new ability right now and ask that magnificent cranberry sprite what flavor profile he prefers in a championship roast.
Alright, you call down the cranberry sprite, and he's a little surprised at your question, but he says, yeah, well, I really like cranberries. Obviously.
Dwayne beams, his emerald eyes practically glowing with pure culinary ecstasy, and stomps one massive foot so the ground trembles slightly. Kirambarais! You are speaking my language, little sprite! He throws a gravelly fist into the air. That's not just flavor, that is a movie plout! We are going to make a rock roast infused with the zest of pure cranberry essence and call it T.H.E. Slub Smunch Roast!
Alright, you cook something. Let's see how it turns out. You have rolled a 3. So, instead of making a rock covered in mud, you have made a rock covered in mud with a single cranberry on top.
Bongo lets out a high-pitched squeal of delight at the mention of cranberries. He immediately starts sniffing the air around the slab's creation, his little tanuki body vibrating with anticipation. "Mud and one berry!" he exclaims, then darts forward to inspect the single red jewel perched on the stony mound. Bongo carefully nudges the cranberry with a paw, then sniffs it deeply before giving it an enthusiastic lick.
Dwayne stares down at the humble creation, the mud covered rock topped by one solitary perfect cranberry, and his massive stone shoulders slump slightly in mock despair. HRE! You gotta be kidding me with these RNG vibes! He lets out a dramatic groan that sounds like shifting tectonic plates. But wait, Bongo is tasting it! Let's see what this humble offering can do for the fans!
Bongo! When you taste it, you discover that it is in fact not a cranberry. It is a rock that has been painted red to look like a cranberry. This is really not very good.
Bongo freezes mid-lick, his large eyes widening until they seem to take up half his face. He sniffs the cranberry. again, then gives it another tentative lick, and his tail begins to wag with confused energy. Not real berry, he whispers in broken English, tilting his head so far it looks like it might fall off. Suddenly, a mischievous glint sparks in his eyes. Bongo decides this is not a failure, but an opportunity for more fun.
Alright. Going forward, you will have also a fake cranberry. Whatever you can do with that. And with that, you all continue onward. There are 2 paths ahead of you. One path is Snail Mail Trail. A postal caravan pulled by giant snails that goes through a scenic crossroads area. Or, to the south, are the crystal caves of Echoing Dreams, a place where it's heard that reflections and illusion can become tangible. Which of these paths do you want to take?
Bongo immediately starts sniffing the air in the direction of both paths, his nose twitching like a frantic radar dish. The snail trail smells earthy and sweet, promising slow moving snacks, but the crystal caves sound like they might have shiny things to eat.
You
He
don't
glances
eat
at Bud,
crystals.
who seems thoughtful,
Except
then
salt.
back toward the shimmering promise of the south. Crystals, Bongo declares with a triumphant little hop. Bongo wants see what pretty thing grow in cave.
Bud takes another deep, deliberate drag from his joint, letting the smoke swirl around his sunglasses like a psychedelic halo. The crystal caves. Now that sounds like an environment with some real soul and potential for beautiful chaos. He taps his pruning knife thoughtfully against his mossy chin. While the snail trail is nice for a slow, mindful munching session, we need to see what kind of wild energy those illusions are throwing out there. Let's head south toward the Echoing Dreams. That's where the real flavor lies.
Duane throws his massive arms up in a triumphant V shape, nearly knocking over a nearby mossy boulder. CRYS Tel Cavis. Now that's a setting worthy of a blockbuster trailer. The he flexes again, the lichen catching the light. We are going where the legends are made, folks. And we are bringing the hype train with us! Let's march toward those Echoing Dreams, because the slab needs to see what kind of dazzling spectacle awaits our arrival!
Alright. Okay. And with that, you all move forward into the crystal caves of Echoing Dreams. As you begin your trek through the caves, you come upon a lost traveler. He sees the three of you enter the cave, which is brightly lit on the inside from all the various glowing crystals on the walls. And he says, "Oh, thank goodness, more adventurers. I am Salazar Darkmind, famed explorer. I need to get through the crystal caves of echoing dreams, but I fell asleep at my camp, just like right here," and he points to like a little packed up campsite, "and I had terrible nightmares that echoed out into the caverns. They've become nightmare creatures, and they're blocking my way to the exit. I need your help to fight or otherwise sneak my way past these creatures."
Bud slowly lowers his joint, letting a plume of smoke drift toward Salazar Darkmind like a gentle greeting. Man, nightmares made manifest. That's peak cultural dilution right there. They took the subconscious and turned it into some low-grade monster mash. He nods sagely at the sight of the creatures. We can handle this mess before it goes full corporate synergy. Let's use Green Thumb to make a quick defensive line while we assess these dream demons.
Sal's Dwayne immediately drops into a low, powerful crouch, his massive frame radiating focused energy, and lets out a guttural, booming roar that seems to shake the very crystals around him. "Then I gauge T-Mars! You think your nightmares are scary compared to my championship entrance." He points a colossal finger at the nearest snarling creature. "Don't worry, Salazar, we bring the power of the grind. Let us show you what happens when pure dedication meets raw, unadulterated golem strength."
Bongo stops sniffing and stares at the nightmare creatures with wide-eyed fascination, his little tanuki body trembling slightly in excitement. He immediately notices that one of the dream demons looks particularly fuzzy and smells strongly of burnt sugar. "A perfect snack!" Bongo giggles maniacally, then suddenly shifts into a small field mouse form to dart around the edge of the campsite. With a quick flick of his tiny paw, he uses Leafy Gift on a nearby shard of glowing crystal, turning it into a tiny, sharp whistle ready for action.
Sharp whistle, okay. Alright, Bud. I suppose I didn't specify, but you all have agreed to help with the nightmare creatures. You don't actually see any of them yet, but they are further in the cave. Salazar thanks you for your help and begins leading you through the caves. Bud, due to your green thumb, you're able to mark the way you came so you don't get lost. Bongo, you do turn into a mouse, so you will be able to sneak around or close to any creature. And Dwayne, you are ready and strong. So, Salazar leads you to a fork in the tunnels. You can go forward or right.
Dwayne straightens up from his crouch, letting out a massive chest thump that echoes through the cavern like a drum solo. Forward or right?
Give me a second.
Man, this is like choosing between the main event and the opening pyro display. He strikes a powerful pose, flexing his stone arms. Since we are aiming for maximum impact, we gotta go where the action is thickest. Let's head far down that tunnel. I want to smash through whatever nightmare is waiting there.
Okay. All right. You move forward. You do not encounter a nightmare creature yet, but you do see another fork in the caves. You can go left, forward, or right.
Bongo, still in his tiny mouse form, darts ahead of the slab, sniffing the air frantically to catch any scent trails from the unseen nightmares. He twitches his nose so hard it looks like a rapid fire machine gun going off. Left smells faintly of sweet moss and old honey, while right has a sharp metallic tang, maybe metal teeth. Bongo decides that left sounds the most delicious, so he scurries toward that path with an excited little squeak.
Okay. I can't remember which of these is supposed to be the exit. Was it both of them? Doesn't make sense, but you know, whatever. Okay, give me a second. One moment. All right. Bongo, you take the lead and go down the left path. You still have not encountered any nightmare creatures. It seems you've been avoiding them. You eventually reach another fork in the tunnels. You can go forward or left.
Bud takes a slow, thoughtful drag, letting the smoke curl around his sunglasses as he watches Bongo dart ahead. left. That sweet moss scent sounds like pure, unadulterated bliss, man. He shifts his weight slightly, readying himself, while Bongo is sniffing out the good vibes. I think we should reinforce our position here. Let's use Green Thumb to sprout a thick hedge right at this fork so nothing sneaks up on us unexpectedly.
All right. All right, Bud, you create a hedge on the forward path and take the left path. Unfortunately, the left path is a dead end, and inside is a nightmare beast. Salazar recoils in fear and says, "Oh no! It's a representation of my fear of the dark! It's a creature made of shadows." It is going to attempt to fight you. Bud, since you are in the lead, it will try and hit you. With a roll of 7, the shadow creature is not able to hit you.
The bud lets out a low, rumbling exhale that seems to vibrate the very air around him. A shadow beast. Man, that's just peak existential dread packaged in a fuzzy nightmare suit. He slowly raises his pruning knife, letting it catch the crystal light, since its darkness can't even touch this mossy bark of mine. We don't need brute force yet. Let's use peace out to try and shake some sense into that shadowy mess before it gets too deep into our collective vibe.
Alright, Bud, you attempt to peace out the nightmare creature. On a roll of at least 10, it will have an effect. Unfortunately, you roll a 4. It seems your peaceful vibes do not work on this nightmare creature. It knows only the inflicting of fear and shadowiness. Bongo, it is your turn.
Bongo, still in his tiny mouse form, freezes mid-scurry as the shadowy beast looms before him. He twitches his nose so violently that a small puff of dust puffs out from his whiskers. Since Bud's vibes didn't work, Bongo decides to go for sensory overload. With a sudden burst of energy, he activates Belly Drum right there in the tunnel, producing a deafening BWOOOMP that rattles the crystals and makes the shadow creature recoil slightly.
Alright, Bongo, you use your belly drum. You roll a 17. So, The creature is caught off guard by your belly drumming. The loud noise is confusing it, and it resonates through the crystals of the caverns, causing one crystal to break off of the ceiling and land on the shadow creature, dealing 1 point of damage. If it gets hit 2 more times, it will dissipate. Dwayne, it is your turn. Dwayne the Slab.
Dwayne lets out a primal, earth-shaking bellow that seems to challenge the very concept of darkness itself. You think some flimsy lack of light can stop Tichi Slab? He takes one massive step forward, his stone feet grinding against the cavern floor. This is where we bring the she-ate! People! Let's show this nightmare what true granite, hard power looks like with a slab slap!
Alright, Dwayne. You move forward and attempt your slab slap. You roll an 18. You manage to hit the Shadow Beast and deal another point of damage, and now it has to try and avoid the tremor. It rolls a 3. Not only do you smack it down with your slab slap, but the resulting tremor in the ground violently shakes the shadow creature apart. The shadow creature is destroyed. You are back in the Crystal Caverns. Bud, I am going to say that your hedge disappears after a little while, because that is the only way forward. Eventually, you reach a final turn in the caves that goes either left or right. Salazar is going to decide. He points at the right path, but before he can move forward, a bubbling nightmare creature of a massive faces and eyes and mouths, all wriggling and doing nightmare stuff, bubbles up from the ground. Salazar says, "Oh no! It's a nightmare creature!" And it attacks! It will attempt to attack Salazar. With a roll of 13, you all watch as the nightmare creature slinks past all of you and slams Salazar against the wall of the cave. He is knocked unconscious and unable to help you. You are now facing the final nightmare creature.
Bud slowly exhales a long, contented plume of smoke, watching the fading remnants of the shadow beast dissolve into glittering dust. Whoa, that was some serious vibrational energy right there. Bongo's drumming really shook up the matrix. He glances at Salazar, who is leaning heavily against the wall. That bubbling thing looks like it needs a good dose of organic reality to snap out of its dream state. Let's use Tree Hugger on this monstrosity and see if we can force some actual life into that nightmare goo.
Okay, let me double check this. Okay. Alright, Bud, you use your Tree Hugger ability and summon a small plant spirit. Made out of the various plant that you've been leaving behind. It attempts to attack the nightmare creature. Unfortunately, it does not damage it this turn. The nightmare creature is going to try and attack Bud. With a roll of 9, Bud is able to dodge out of the way of its attack. Bongo, it is your turn.
Bongo sees the giant, wriggling nightmare creature, and his little mouse form instantly goes into high alert. He smells something intensely sour mixed with ozone coming off the bubbling mass. It must be a very strong flavor. Bongo decides he cannot just sniff. He needs to interact with this gooey horror. With a quick flick of his tail, he transforms himself into a small, hongoed wooden spoon and uses Substitute to swap places with one of the nearby glowing crystals, effectively becoming part of the cave's dazzling scenery right next to the beast.
Alright, Bongo. You swap yourself with a rock after turning into a spoon. Let's see if that causes anything to hit the creature. No. But you are hidden, sort of. You are now a spoon sticking out of the wall next to the nightmare creature. It is the slab's turn.
Dwayne lets out a mighty roar that seems to challenge the very concept of bubbling goo. Ebu Bialag NigH Timari. You think this thing can just ooze its way past the slab? So he flexes his massive stone biceps, making the lichen shift and crackle. This is where we bring the flavor profile to the main event. Let's use gore. May right now, I need to see if a perfectly seasoned rock roast can cure this nightmare goo.
Alright. The slab uses his gourmet ability. quickly cobbling together something. Let's see how he rolls. With a roll of 11, you create a decent-ish meal. You manage to find some of the crystals in the crystal cavern actually are edible by people who are not rocks. And so you make a serviceable crystal crumble. The nightmare creature is briefly distracted by the smell of something that is kind of edible, technically. Let's see if it is distracted. Yes, with a roll of 14, it wastes its turn consuming your crystal crumble. Which means it is back to being Bud's turn.
Bud lets out another slow, appreciative puff of smoke, nodding slowly as he watches the creature consume the slab's offering. Man, that crystal crumble sounds like a perfect blend of earthy and electric. Real terroir right there. He looks toward Bongo, who is now a tiny spoon next to the beast. Now that it's distracted by something good, we need to hit it with maximum authenticity. Let's use joint effort so everyone gets buffed up before we unleash the final wave of good vibes.
Alright. Bud, you activate your joint effort. You light up a fat one and share it with the boys. Everyone is going to get an easier time of making attacks on the nightmare creature and resisting its effects. Bongo, it is your turn. You are disguised as a spoon next to a very distracted nightmare creature.
Bongo, still stuck in his wooden spoon form,
I mean, he's not
feels
stuck.
the delicious warmth of Bud's shared vibe washing over him. He wiggles slightly, hoping this movement will be noticed by the giant goo monster. Since he cannot move much while being a utensil, Bongo decides to use Leafy Gift on one of the leaves clinging near the creature's bubbling surface. Poof! That leaf transforms into a tiny, perfectly sharpened lockpick, which Bongo subtly nudges out from his spoon body toward the nightmare beast's main mass.
Okay. Alright, Bongo, you attempt to do a sneak attack. Because you are hidden and under the effects of joint effort, I will say that you need to roll above a 5 to hit. Unfortunately, you roll a 2. You attempt to poke the nightmare creature with your sharp lockpick, but being a spoon made it too difficult to do that. Let's see if it noticed you. No, it did not notice you. So you are still hidden. It is the slab's turn. The monster is distracted, but it must be destroyed for you to escape the crystal caverns.
Dwayne lets out a guttural grunt of pure focus, his emerald eyes burning with competitive fire. It's my time to shine, baby! This monster needs to know who runs this mountain range! He takes a deep breath, puffing out his massive chest. Since Bongo is setting up the perfect ambush, we gotta deliver the knockout punch! I am locking down the foundation and bringing the ultimate
Why does
power
combat always
move
take so
rock
long?
solid!
Why does combat always take so long? Why does no one ever try to hit anything? Alright. Okay, the slab uses rock solid, becoming immune to damage. The nightmare creature finishes eating the slab's crystal crumble. And it keeps trying to eat the slab. Because it is trying to eat the slab who is immune to damage, it is wasting its turn again. Bud, it is back to your turn.
Bud takes a final, deep drag from the joint, letting the smoke drift up and mingle with the ambient cavern haze. Man, Dwayne's rock-solid move is seriously peak counterculture. Unbreakable spirit against corporate sludge! He watches Bongo wiggle slightly in his spoon form. Since the monster is stuck on an existential snack break, we need to capitalize on this moment of blissful distraction. Let's use Blaze It right now and coat that gooey nightmare in a sweet, burning smokescreen so it can't even think about moving!
Alright. Alright, Bud, you use your Blaze It ability. Because the nightmare creature is so distracted trying to eat Dwayne, the slab, it has to roll at least a 17 to avoid or withstand this. Oh! It rolls a 1 on the die, meaning it takes 2 points of damage. One more hit and the nightmare creature will be destroyed. And then your tree spirit attempts to hit the nightmare creature. Unfortunately, it is not able to hit. Bongo, it is your turn. The nightmare creature is nearly destroyed. You are still hidden.
Bongo sees the monster flickering, its edges looking fuzzy and weak like old moss. He knows this is his moment to shine, even if he's just a little wooden spoon. Since Bud's fire made it so vulnerable, Bongo decides to use Leafy Gift on one of the leaves near his handle. This time, instead of a lockpick, he transforms it into a tiny, perfectly weighted throwing dart ready for maximum impact.
Okay. Alright, Bongo. You create a throwing dart and throw it at the nightmare creature. And with a roll of 16, you see the dart pierces through the creature, sort of popping it like a disgusting bubble of oil or something. And it dissipates. You have successfully made your way through the crystal caves of echoing dreams. Salazar wakes up from being unconscious and says, Oh, there's the exit! Thank you for guiding me through here, even if we did end up having to fight some stuff. Is there anything else you want to do before you continue on your journey?
Bongo, still in his spoon form but now vibrating with pure victory glee, wiggles wildly. He pops out of the wall just as Salazar speaks, giving a huge, enthusiastic little tanuki like wiggle. Oh, Bongo think this journey was very fun. He chirps happily. He then sniffs the air dramatically, twitching his nose toward the exit tunnel, and declares, Bongo want something crunchy to eat next.
Bud slowly lowers his joint, a wide, beatific grin spreading across his mossy face as he watches Bongo's ecstatic wiggle. Man, that was the most authentic victory I have seen all day. Pure, unadulterated counterculture triumph. He nods sagely towards Salazar. Don't worry about anything else right now. Man, just breathe in the good vibes and let the journey flow. Perhaps we should find some wild berries or maybe a patch of perfectly ripe psychedelic mushrooms before we move on.
Dwayne throws his massive arms wide open, chest puffed out so hard you can hear the stone grinding. Wes! Booey-doody-ite! We smashed through that nightmare like it was a weak sauce protein shake. He beams at Salazar before we move on. Man, let's find something with serious flavor. I need to see if those berries have the perfect crunch for my next culinary masterpiece. Can you smell? What's on the slab?
Alright, so let's see. So, let's see. Bongo, you attempt to find some nearby berries. And you find some. Bud, you attempt to find something a little more potent than wild berries. Unfortunately, you don't find any. And the slab, you attempt to cook something. With a roll of 9, you just make another crystal crumble, but you include the wild berries. Unfortunately, the flavors clash a little. It's edible, but it's a little below average. With that, you continue on your journey. I'm gonna skip this level. There is only one path forward. The path to Starshatter Forge. A mythical place where powerful magic artifacts have been made. Talk amongst yourselves while I pull up the map.
Bud takes another slow, thoughtful drag, letting the smoke curl around his sunglasses like a protective halo. Forge. Yep, that sounds like the ultimate destination for some serious spiritual elevation. He glances at the slab. Don't let average flavor be the enemy of soul, Dwayne. Sometimes the clash is where the real magic happens. Let's keep moving toward that forge so we can find something truly potent to fuel our next session.
Dwayne strikes a dramatic pose mid-stride, one massive arm pointing forward like he's directing the camera for a blockbuster trailer. Forge! That's not just a destination, that's the ultimate set piece for my next cinematic masterpiece. He grins, flexing again, average flavor. Nah, man, this is rustic flavor. It builds anticipation for greatness. Let's hit that forge and find something legendary to put on the slab.
Bongo sniffs the air around the direction of Shatterforge with intense focus, his little tanuki nose twitching like a radar dish. He sees Bud's smoke and the slab's dramatic pointing arm, and he giggles at their grand pronouncements. Bongo thinks that forge sounds like it might have very shiny things and maybe some giant sweet leaves. With a sudden burst of energy, he flickers from his spoon form back into his full humanoid tanuki shape, bouncing excitedly to keep pace with the group.
All right. All right. With that, you all arrive at Starshatter Forge. There is a dark cloud in the air around Starshatter Forge, which is built on top of an active volcano. As you walk along the path, the air is heavy, and not just with the heat of an active volcano. Something in the air feels sinister. As you continue through, a man in a blacksmith's apron rushes out to greet you and says, "Oh my goodness, are you adventurers? Please, we need help. My mentor, Volkov the Starsmith, he's gone insane. He's trying to create a sword that can shatter stars. The magic of the Starforge is fighting against him, and it's causing all sorts of problems. Please, we need to stop him before he really causes some kind of damage."
Bud stops walking abruptly, letting his smoke plume hang suspended in the heavy, sulphurous air. Whoa. A dark cloud over a volcano? That's peak existential dread mixed with industrial pollution. He takes another deep inhale, his sunglasses seeming to absorb the oppressive atmosphere. This whole situation feels aggressively corporate. Too much structure, not enough flow! We need to talk to this blacksmith first. Maybe we can convince him Volkov needs a serious dose of chill before he goes full manic genius.
The blacksmith says, yes, if you have anything that can help my master Volkov calm down before he really does something that everyone will regret. And the whole screen trembles. The whole mountain trembles and shudders as strange sparks and odd noises sound out from the forge resting over the lip of the volcano.
Dwayne immediately drops into a low, powerful stance, his massive stone frame vibrating with contained energy. A madman trying to shatter stars. That's not just ambition, that's legendary ambition. He turns toward the blacksmith, adopting an intensely charismatic glare. Listen up, friend, you need someone who knows how to bring the heat and deliver the motivation. We are here to make sure Volkov doesn't just create a sword. He creates a Moa star of a weapon!
Bongo sniffs the air again, taking in the smell of sulfur mixed with something sharp and metallic. It smells like potential food. He looks at Volkov's frantic energy and thinks that madness sounds like a very fun puzzle to solve. Bongo decides this is the perfect time for a little distraction before any serious fighting starts. With a grin splitting his face, he activates Belly Drum right there in the path of the group, letting out a loud, jarring beat up your own.
Alright, alright. Alright, Bongo, you use your belly drum to create a loud and distracting sound. Let's see how loud. You roll an 8. It seems like Volkov is too absorbed in his own work for your belly drum to distract him quite yet. Additionally, you are outside of the forge on the path, not actually inside the forge. The doors there are kind of thick. The blacksmith walks up to you and says, no, I don't think that'll work. I've tried standing outside and shouting and making noise and stuff. He's too in the zone. You've got to go in there and actually stop him. I'd do it myself, but the magic in there is just sort of flying everywhere, and it's a little dangerous.
Bud slowly nods at Bongo's effort, letting out a soft, appreciative exhale that smells faintly of pine needles. See, Dwayne, even the most powerful vibrations need the right frequency to resonate with the soul. He looks toward the imposing forge doors. All right, if we gotta go in and face the chaos head on, then let's do it authentically. I think a little focused green fire might be just what Volkov needs to snap out of his manic haze before he blows up the whole damn mountain.
Alright. Alright, Bud. It sounds like you use your Blaze It ability to, I guess, try and burst through the doors to the forge. Unfortunately, you roll a 1 on the die. The fire splashes harmlessly against the door, which is enchanted to withstand very high heat, on account of this is a volcano.
Dwayne watches Bud's failed attempt with an expression of intense, competitive determination. This isn't over until he says it is! A roll of 1! That's weak sauce! He stomps his foot, causing a small tremor in the path. Alright, forget finesse. We need brute force to break through this barrier. I am going to use my golem strength and just push! Let's see if that enchanted door can handle T.H.E. Slav!
Okay. Alright. The slab. You stomp up to the door and push. And it does open. It is a push door. And it's Turns out it wasn't actually locked, you just needed to be really strong, which you are. You all walk inside to see magic bolts and whizzing motes of light just sort of spraying everywhere as a grizzled-looking dwarf hammers away at something at a giant forge suspended over the edge of the volcano. You can tell that whatever he's making, if it's completed, it would be probably catastrophic, just the making of it, judging by the sheer amount of magic being flung everywhere right now. In fact, you each need to roll to avoid being hit. Bud, you managed to dodge out of the way of a bolt of magic lightning. Bongo, you completely avoid everything. And Dwayne, the slab. A mote of light actually smashes into you. And you take a point of damage. You will need to stop this unholy weapon forging before something really bad happens.
Bud watches. The slab get hit by the magic bolt with a slight, almost amused shake of his head. See, Dwayne. Even when you go full brute force, sometimes the universe just throws a little reminder at ya about humility. So he takes a deep breath, letting the heat and chaotic energy wash over him. All right. This is getting beautifully messy. Perfect! I think it's time to introduce some organic resistance to this synthetic madness.
Alright, it's your turn. What do you do?
Bud pauses at the threshold of the forge, letting his inner herbal energy hum in response to the chaotic magic. I think we need something that forces Volkov to confront his own internal dissonance before he finishes this star-shattering monstrosity. He raises his pruning knife slightly, pointing it toward the frantic dwarf. Let's try a little targeted chaos with my green thumb.
Dwayne roars, shaking off the impact of the magic bolt like a minor inconvenience. Aye! Don't you dare tell this mountain he needs humility when he's standing next to Teichi Slab! He sees Bud preparing his attack and pumps his fists, while Bud brings the herbal flavor profile. I'm bringing the raw power surge! Let me use my earth manipulation right here on this floor. We are going to make this forge shake until Volkov remembers how to breathe.
Bud smiles serenely behind his dark lenses as the slab prepares his earth-shaking maneuver. That's the spirit, man. Embrace the glorious imperfection of it all. He channels his will into the stone floor near Volkov. I manifest a thick patch of thorny vines right around the dwarf and the giant forge itself. Let's see if this organic entanglement can slow down that runaway creative energy.
Okay, good. Alright, Bud, you use your green thumb and try to entangle the dwarf in vines. With a roll of 14, you create vines that wrap around him and around the forge, lashing his ability to strike it with his forging hammer. Unfortunately, he seems too into the rhythm. You will need to do something else to stop him. But you have done one of, I'd say, 3 successes. Dwayne, you took a turn out of turn there, but we'll roll with it. You attempt to make the forge shake to sort of jar him out of it. With a roll of 12, yes. You are able to control the stone around the forge, the stone and the metal, and tilt him a little off-kilter. The dwarf stumbles back away from the forge, sort of wrapped in vines, and says, "What? Who are you? Why are you stopping me from creating my masterpiece?"
Bongo watches Bud's thorny vines wrap around the dwarf with pure delight. It looks like a very complicated leaf arrangement. He sees the slab shaking the ground and thinks that must be so satisfying to feel under his little paws. Bongo decides he needs to add some extra, unpredictable flavor to this whole scene. With a quick flick of his wrist, he uses Leafy Gift on one of his leaves, transforming it into a small, shiny brass whistle.
Oh. Sorry, I had to get up for a second. Okay. Alright, Bongo. You make a whistle. This does nothing to convince the dwarf that he should not be making a star-destroying weapon. The dwarf is going to attempt to break out of the vines to continue his work. And with a 19, he is able to. He raises his forging hammer threateningly at the 3 of you and says, "All right. I need to get back to my work. Unless you have any reason to be interrupting me, I need you to leave."
Bud lets out a long, slow plume of smoke that seems to drift directly toward the dwarf's face. Man, he's got some serious commitment to his vision. I respect that dedication to authenticity. He glances at the Slab and Bongo, who are ready for action since diplomacy is clearly on pause. We gotta escalate this before he turns us into artisanal jerky. Let's get high so we can see the bigger picture while we deliver a little herbal persuasion.
Alright, Bud, you get high, levitating off the ground and into the air. You'll be able to move slowly in any direction. The dwarf looks at you floating off the ground and asks, like, what? Why? Bongo, it is your turn.
Bongo sees Bud float up into the air and thinks that must be like riding on a giant, fragrant dandelion. He twitches his nose rapidly, sniffing the mix of ozone, sulfur, and those lovely thorny vines. Bongo decides he needs to make himself as noticeable as possible while floating near the dwarf's face. With a cheerful little squeak, he blows into his brass whistle, letting out a high-pitched, ridiculously enthusiastic pee.
Alright. Alright, Bongo, you go up to the dwarf and whistle in his face. He is kind of caught off guard by this. But he raises his hammer and says, well, I guess I can't just ignore you and hope you go away and let me work. So I'm going to have to escort you out. Forcefully. He is going to take a swing at Bongo with his hammer. He misses. The Slab, it is your turn.
And immediately snaps into action, adopting a wide, powerful stance. Teaches not an S-T-O G-R-E-T-H-E-T off stone! He lets out a guttural roar that seems to shake the very air inside the 4G time to bring the thunder. People, I'm going to unleash the slap right at his feet and make sure he feels the weight of my championship pedigree!
Alright, the Slab rushes forward and uses his slap. With a roll of 11, he is able to briefly score a hit on the dwarf. And the dwarf is unable to avoid the following tremor. He takes 2 points of damage. One more, and he will be down and surrender. The dwarf glares angrily at you. And he says, I'm not going to let you Luddites get in the way of progress! He is going to attempt to repair his own armor. But with a roll of 5, he fails. Then he is going to attempt to strike the slab. And with a roll of 16, he manages to hit. The slab takes 1 point of damage, bringing him down to only 1 health. It is back to Bud's turn.
Bud drifts slowly downward, landing with the gentle grace of a falling autumn leaf. Man, this is beautiful. The clash of raw power against quiet persistence. It's pure synergy! So he takes another deep, philosophical inhale. Since the slab took that hit, and he's still standing, we need to disrupt his focus completely. I think it's time for a little Poland bomb right in his face, so he has to confront his own inner chaos before he swings again.
Alright. Bud, that sounds like you're using your peace out ability on the dwarf. And he rolls a 2 to resist. Heavily damaged by the slab's attack, and forced by your philosophical smoke and potent herbal remedy, he realizes, wait a second, I don't need to make a star-destroying weapon. What would the point of that be? Oh, shoot. And the grizzled old dwarf sits down, defeated and stripped of his desire to create gigantic world-ending sword star smasher weapon things. The blacksmith apprentice rushes in behind all of you and says, "Oh, master! Have you given up on your quest to do whatever it was?" And the old forged dwarf says, yeah. I guess I'm just worried I'm getting old. He looks a little sad, like he might need cheering up now.
Bongo sees the dwarf sit down and look all droopy, which makes his tail wag so hard it almost knocks over a pile of glowing metal scraps. He thinks that sadness needs immediate fixing with something crunchy or bright. Bongo decides to use substitute on one of his shiny red berries, swapping it for a particularly vibrant, perfectly ripe orange fruit from the nearby workbench. Then he hops down from the air and bounces right up to the dwarf's knee, offering the new treat with eager little sniff.
All right. You scamper up to the sad-looking dwarf and say, "Can I offer you an orange in this trying time?" And the dwarf smiles down at you and says, "Yeah, thanks. This does make me feel a little better." Well, you've successfully solved the terror of Starshatter Forge. Is there anything else you'd like to do before you move on to Boss Battle Peak?
Dwayne watches Bongo offer the orange and feels a surge of pure, unadulterated pride. This is better than any movie trailer! A little cheer-up session! That's the spirit! He puffs out his massive chest, flexing slightly. Listen up, folks, because this isn't over until we hit that boss battle peak with maximum impact. Let me use the people's eyebrow right now to make sure every single soul in this forge feels the sheer magnitude of my legendary presence.
Bud drifts down one last time, landing softly beside Bongo and the dwarf. See, that's how it is, man. Sometimes all you need is a little organic sweetness to realign the cosmic frequency. He nods sagely at the slabs flexing. Your presence is certainly robust, Dwayne. But let's not forget that true power comes from the quiet growth, too. I think we should reinforce this good vibe with a joint effort before we face whatever monstrosity awaits us next.
All right. All right. Bud, you spark up some joint effort and enjoy a relaxing sesh with all the guys. Dwayne, the Slab Mountain, uses his people's eyebrow. And in a burst of star power, he is able to regain one of the points of health he lost. Additionally, the Forge Master gives you a health potion as thanks for your help, which brings the slab back up to full health. And with that, you all exit Starshatter Forge. As you make your way to the final battle at Boss Battle Peak. And I actually need a moment. I have to feed the dogs real quick. In fact, actually, let me...
This is the song that plays when you're on the waiting screen. I know you want to watch, for now just watch the scene. The streamer is away, don't worry, he'll be back soon. For now just watch this graveyard shaded by the moon. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble babble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. This is the next part of the song where the second verse goes. I totally switched up the syllable count to keep you on your toes. Green, yellow, purple, orange, green again, and red. Those are colors that exist. Skeletons are dead. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble babble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. I'm not sure how long to actually make this song. I'm worried the AI will make it come out wrong. Power isn't free, I really wish it were. All these AI songs run together in a blur. This is the song that plays when you're on the waiting screen. I know you want to watch, for now just watch the scene. The streamer is away, don't worry, he'll be back soon. For now just watch this graveyard shaded by the moon. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble babble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. The song is almost at an end, the time is almost here. Actually, I'm kidding, there's more time left, I fear. I guess while you're waiting, I'll make the song replay. I hope you're being patient and you haven't gone away.
Hey guys, I decided to whisper this part. This totally isn't something the AI put in. It was a decision I made by myself, organically. Anyway.
This is the song that plays when you're on the waiting screen. I know you want to watch, for now just watch the scene. The streamer is away, don't worry, he'll be back soon. For now just watch this graveyard shaded by the moon. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble babble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. This is the next part of the song where the second verse goes. I totally switched up the syllable count to keep you on your toes. Green, yellow, purple, orange, green again, and red. Those are colors that exist. Skeletons are dead. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble babble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. I'm not sure how long to actually make this song. I'm worried the AI will make it come out wrong. Power isn't free, I really wish it were. All these AI songs run together in a blur. This is the song that plays when you're on the waiting screen. I know you want to watch, for now just watch the scene. The streamer is away, don't worry, he'll be back soon. For now just watch this graveyard shaded by the moon. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble babble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. The song is almost at an end, the time is almost here. Actually, I'm kidding, there's more time left, I fear. I guess while you're waiting, I'll make the song replay. I hope you're being patient and you haven't gone away.
Hey guys, I decided to whisper this part. This totally isn't something the AI put in. It was a decision I made by myself, organically. Anyway.
This is the song that plays when you're on the waiting screen. I know you want to watch, for now just watch the scene. The streamer is away, don't worry, he'll be back soon. For now just watch this graveyard shaded by the moon. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble gobble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. This is the next part of the song where the second verse goes. I totally switched up the syllable count to keep you on your toes. Green, yellow, purple, orange, green again and red. Those are colors that exist, skeletons are dead. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble babble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. I'm not sure how long to actually make this song. I'm worried the AI will make it come out wrong. Power isn't free, I really wish it were. All these AI songs run together in a blur. This is the song that plays when you're on the waiting screen. I know you want to watch, for now just watch the scene. The streamer is away, don't worry, he'll be back soon. For now just watch this graveyard shaded by the moon. Maybe this song isn't great, I admit that's true. The lyrics are full of filler, bibble babble boo. But hey, I made this song with an AI. All I did was write the lyrics, I'm just one guy. The song is almost at an end, the time is almost here. Actually, I'm kidding, there's more time left, I fear.
Okay, I'm back. One moment. Alright. So, they head to Boss Battle Peak. You have arrived at Boss Battle Peak. In a grand arena, you see the shadowy form of the boss in front of you. You immediately get 1 health potion that you can use at any point during the fight. And, without further ado, the true nature of the boss is revealed. It is the very model of a modern Major General. One second. Let me see here. I don't think there is actually a royalty-free version of that song. Unfortunate. Okay. Well, boss battle music it is then. Hold on. What do we have here? This'll work. And I also need to look up. Hold on. Alright. The modern Major General stomps towards you. He points at each of you in turn and says, "I've information you are coming, you vegetable, you animal and mineral. Just like the kings of England, this fight shall be historical." And with that, combat begins. Bud! It is your turn. The modern Major General has 5 hearts of health.
Bud takes one final, deep drag from his joint, the smoke swirling around his sunglasses like a protective halo. A Major General! Man, that's peak corporate rigidity right there. So much structure, so little soul. He raises his pruning knife, gripping it firmly. All right, let's show this suit of conformity what real freedom looks like. I'm going to use Blaze It and cover the whole arena in a sweet, smelling cloud of righteous rebellion.
Alright. Alright, Bud. You step forward and use your Blaze It ability. The Major General must roll to dodge. With a 9, he fails. The Major General takes 1 point of damage. Additionally, a thick haze of smoke covers the field. It will be more difficult for the Major General to make attacks against you. The Major General stomps forward through the cloud. The Major General says, "This fog is thick, but I am very well acquainted too with matters mathematical." He is going to get an additional smaller die roll added to his attack. Unfortunately, with a roll of 9 total, the Major General does not connect his attack. Bongo, it is your turn.
Bongo sniffs the thick smoke cloud deeply. It smells like burnt sugar and very important paperwork. He sees the Major General standing there, looking all stiff and serious in his uniform. Bongo decides he must make himself utterly impossible to ignore while this fog is active. With a burst of manic glee, he activates Belly Drum, letting out a deafening BWAANGG that makes the smoke shimmer wildly around him.
All right. Bongo, you begin a belly drum. With a roll of 16, your attack is extremely distracting, and it is causing all of the smoke to swirl wildly, making it even harder for the Major General to attack. The Major General is undeterred, because he understands equations, both the simple and quadratical. He attempts to attack Bongo. He gets an 11 total, but due to the belly drum and the fog, that attack does not connect. It is now the Slab's turn.
Dwayne watches the Major General try to punch through Bongo's sonic shield, and a primal roar escapes his stone chest. H-E-Tai KSLI-TTFO, Fug and Sawman Stope, TG Slav! Tyan KGI and General! He strikes a classic power pose, flexing every mossy bicep. I am here to bring the flavor, the force, and the undeniable spectacle of greatness. Time for me to lock down the foundation with rock solid and send this suit straight back to his desk.
Bongo watches the slab strike a pose and thinks that must be like a very impressive, mossy statue. He giggles so hard he nearly loses balance in the air, twitching his nose wildly at
I think
the
Bongo
sheer
got confused.
confidence
We're gonna
radiating
ignore this
off
part.
Dwayne. Bongo decides to use Leafy Gift on one of his leaves, turning it into a small, perfectly balanced wooden lockpick. He then flicks this new leaf right up toward the slab's massive chest, just to see if he can snag onto his vest.
Okay, I'm going to ignore that turn from Bongo. The Slab uses his rock solid ability to become immune to damage. The Major General is going to attempt to attack Bongo. He does state that about binomial theorem he is teeming with a lot of news. He rolls a 12 total, which is still, unfortunately, not enough to connect an attack through this swirling smoke cloud. Now, the Major General prepares a wide-ranged attack, and he begins assaulting your minds with many cheerful facts about the square of the hypotenuse. You must all roll to resist. Bud, you roll a 14 and take no damage. Bongo, oh, terribly unfortunate. Bongo, you roll a 1 on the die. I'm going to give you a second roll because you are using your belly drum, but unfortunately you only roll a 6. The strange and incomprehensible mathematics rips through your mind. You take 1 heart of damage, leaving you at 2 hearts. The slab rolls a 19. And is able to resist the psychic assault. It is back to Bud's turn. At the end of this round, the smoke will dissipate.
The bud lets out a long, slow plume of smoke that seems to carry tiny green mathematical symbols within it. Man, those binomial theorems are trying to choke the life out of my Zin! He shakes his head slowly, adjusting his sunglasses, but even rigid systems eventually break down under the pressure of pure, unadulterated vibe. Since the slab is locked in and Bongo is wobbling, I think we need a tactical distraction that forces this general to think about something other than geometry. Let's get some vines growing right around his ankles!
Alright, Bud, you use your green thumb to grow vines around the modern Major General. He rolls a 1 to resist, so he is completely restrained by the vines until he breaks out. And he is going to attempt to do so now. He's very good at integral and differential calculus, so he might know the exact angle to cut through these vines. Let's see. With a roll of 18, yes, he is able to successfully break out of the vines. It is now Bongo's turn.
Bongo sees the general pop free from those leafy restraints and thinks that must be like a very fancy, stiff flower. He starts sniffing the air around him frantically, trying to catch the scent of integral, or maybe just good lunch. Bongo decides he needs to make himself even more interesting than a simple tanuki. He activates polymorph, forcing himself into a surprisingly detailed miniature clockwork device right at General's feet.
Okay. Let's see. Alright, Bongo. You activate your polymorph and turn into a clockwork device. Let's see how useful it ends up being. With a roll of 7, you turn yourself into a clockwork potato peeler. This will not be helpful. Additionally, the clockwork turns out to be a little too complicated, and you are forced to revert back at the end of this turn. It is now the slab's turn. Oh, actually, I forgot to go through the Major General's turn.
Duane watches Bongo transform into a tiny, intricate potato peeler. It's not quite rock star material, but it has potential! Alright, General, you think you can out-calculate the Mountie? He lets out a booming laugh that shakes dust from the arena rafters. This is where we bring the flavor to the equation. Folks, I'm going to use Slab Slap right now and put some serious geological force into this stiff uniform.
Okay. I forgot to take the General's turn, so the General does know that Bongo is still Bongo. Because he knows the scientific names of beings and animalculus, he recognizes Bongo has not morphed into a clockwork potato peeler. Anyway, he attempts an attack. An 11 misses because of the smoke still drifting around. Now, Duane uses his Slab Slap. First, he will attempt to hit the General. With a roll of 6, he misses. Then, the General must roll to resist the quake. With a roll of 10, he fails. So, the modern Major General takes another point of damage. bringing him down to only 3 hearts. The Major General readies an attack. To make short these matters, O vegetable, animal, and mineral, he will attack Bud and miss. And for his boss turn, he declares that he is the very model of a modern Major General. He will attempt to regain a point of health. And he fails. Bud, it is back to your turn. The Major General is at 3 health. Oh yeah, and the smoke dissipates as well.
Bud takes another slow drag, the smoke momentarily clearing enough for him to see the general's stiff posture clearly. He keeps trying to reassert his own narrative, doesn't he? Like a bad marketing campaign insisting on its own relevance. He nods slowly, a flicker of intense green light behind his lenses. This calls for something more profound than just vines. We need to mess with the very perception of his authority. I am going to use peace out and try to make him question the validity of his entire career path.
Alright, Bud. You use peace out on the Major General. He rolls to resist. And he rolls a 19. Your attempt to make him question his self fails. He declares, I know our mythic history, King Arthur's answer Caradox. I answer hard acrostics. I've a pretty taste for paradox. He is going to attempt to attack you. And he rolls a 1, missing entirely. It is now Bongo's turn. Also, the smoke from earlier has dissipated. There is no longer any obscuring smoke in the area.
Bongo twitches his nose rapidly, taking in the clear air, and the general's very serious face. He sees that he is still a little wobbly from the math attack, but he feels strong again. Bongo decides to use substitute on one of his shiny red berries. He swaps it with a small, perfectly polished brass button from the Major General's uniform. This new berry button will look very important in his overflowing vest.
Alright. Alright, Bongo, you swap a berry for one of the buttons on his uniform. This might have an effect. It does not. You have successfully swapped out one of the buttons on his uniform, but that didn't damage him or really affect his ability to fight in any way. The Major General orients on you, Bongo, and begins quoting in elegiacs all the crimes of Heliogabalus. Or... I'm not sure I'm reading that right. Regardless, you have to roll to resist this new confusing deluge of information. With a roll of 6, you unfortunately failed to resist and take another point of damage. Would you like to use your Dodge Debts power?
Bongo stares at the general, his large eyes wide with bewildered fascination at the strange sounds coming from his mouth. He feels a little thump of pain as the knowledge hits him, but he doesn't mind it much. New things are fun! Yes, Bongo think that this is too confusing to just take. With a sudden dramatic freeze mid-wiggle, Bongo declares, "Oopsie!" Bongo think that never happened.
And so the attack did not happen. It is now the Slab's turn. The General is at 3 health.
Dwayne watches Bongo successfully dodge the deluge of ancient Greek knowledge. That little guy has some serious resilience. Yo UK LITTL tan swape and soma gar ea lor can still teachy tighten. He puffs out his chest so hard you can hear the stone grinding. Let's ten up general I'm abotios aduayua can't tear yula gandar wasted too slow. Sloka on tie slab. Time to bring the heat with a massive gore. May and give this guy some flavor he won't forget.
I really wish the voice didn't do that. All right. Okay, the Slab. You are using Gourmet again. Let's see what you create. With a roll of 9. Actually, no. I'm throwing out that result. Let's try again. You roll an 18. This time, you somehow managed to find actual edible ingredients from somewhere. And you create food. Good food, even. The food is so good that Bongo immediately eats it and gains back a point of health, returning him to 3 hearts. The Major General focuses on you, the slab. You are still in your rock-solid stance, but he doesn't know that. Actually, he does know that, because he can tell undoubted Raphaels from Gyarados and Sophones, so he does know you're immune to damage. Instead, he is going to attempt to attack Bud. And with a roll of 10, he sadly misses. But the Major General prepares another large attack, because he knows the croaking chorus from the Frogs of Aristophanes, and he can hum a fugue, of which he've heard the music's din afore. He begins whistling all the airs from the infernal nonsense pinafore. You must all roll to resist the sonic attack. Bud, you roll a 9. Because of your unbothered power, you successfully... Actually, no, that doesn't affect sonic attacks. So, Bud, you fail to resist the attack and take 1 point of damage, bringing you to 2 hearts. Bongo, you attempt to resist the attack. With a 12, you are able to resist. The slab, you attempt to resist the sonic attack. And with a 17, it fails to penetrate your rock-solid stance. It is back to Bud's turn.
As Bud lets out a long, slow exhale that smells distinctly of patchouli and burnt sage. Man, the sheer noise of his self-importance is almost enough to make me spontaneously sprout a giant sunflower. He slowly raises his pruning knife, tapping it lightly against his mossy thigh. He thinks he can just blast us with academic superiority. Nah, we need to ground this whole performance in something real and earthy. I'm going to use Green Thumb right here, manifesting some serious thorns directly at the General's feet.
Alright, Bud, you create thorns around the Major General. He must now save against the thorns anytime he attempts to attack, and failures will cause damage. Speaking of, it is now the Major General's turn. He attempts to write a washing bill in Babylonic cuneiform. Let's see if this attack hits. Ooh! He rolls a 20 on the die. Let's see. He is able to bypass the thorns completely. And the incomprehensible legalese of his washing bill sears itself into your mind, bud. You take a point of damage. Leaving you at only 1 heart. Bongo, it is your turn.
Bongo sees those sharp little thorns and gives a delighted squeak, twitching his tail with pure joy. He sniffs the air near them, trying to catch the scent of Babylonic cuneiform mixed with whatever smells like old parchment. Bongo decides he must make these thorns more interesting for everyone to see. He uses Leafy Gift on a small oak leaf from his vest and transforms it into a tiny, perfectly sharp lockpick right at the base of the thorn cluster.
Alright, Bongo, you use your Leafy Gift to create a sharp object. You roll a 15. The sharp lockpick sticks itself into the sole of the Major General's foot, dealing a point of damage to him, leaving him at only 2 health. The Major General retaliates by attempting to tell you every detail of Caractacus's uniform. You must roll to resist the mental attack, and you roll a 13 and take no damage. The slab. It is now your turn.
Dwayne watches Bongo deploy that tiny lockpick. That's precision! That's branding! You think you can just lecture us on uniform details? He throws his massive arms wide open in a triumphant pose. W Rogue! The slab is here to deliver the main event. Folks, I am going to use Rock Solid right now, and then follow it up with a devastating slam slap that'll make this whole arena shake like a championship belt drop.
Okay, the name of the move is Slab Slam, but yes, you are still in Rock Solid stance, and you attempt to use your Slab Slam on the Major General. Your attack is a miss with an 8, but the Major General must roll to avoid the tremor. With a roll of 10, he is able to avoid the tremor, but the thorns from Bud's green thumb still catch his limbs, dealing another point of damage, leaving the Major General at only 1 health. Now, the Major General debates if he is targeting the vegetable, animal, or mineral. He will target the animal. He attempts to hit Bongo with a roll of 9. He misses. His miss might cause him to take damage from the thorns. But he attempts to avoid the damage by declaring that he is the very model of a modern Major General. Unfortunately for him, with a roll of 4, he is unable to properly declare that he is the model of a modern Major General. The thorns dig into him, and he collapses to the ground, defeated. The Major General has been thwarted, and the Roguelands are safe once again.
Bud lets out a long, satisfied sigh, leaning back slightly as his foliage seems to vibrate with contentment. See, that's how you handle bureaucracy. You don't argue the fine print. You just make it uncomfortable. He slowly gestures toward the defeated Major General. He tried to impose order, but he forgot that true freedom is inherently messy and overgrown. I think a little joint smoke right over his head might help him appreciate the beauty of imperfection.
Dwayne watches the Major General finally crumble. That's the perfect dramatic collapse! The crowd noise in his mind just hit a fever pitch! Oh, Sheishi, can you smell that victory? He bellows, pointing dramatically at the fallen officer. That was pure, unadulterated, world-class entertainment. People. Now that we have the main event done, let's talk about how this whole thing is going to look on the silver screen. We need a rock roast montage immediately!
Bongo bounces up and down in his humanoid form, letting out a series of high-pitched, delighted squeaks at the general's dramatic fall. He wiggles excitedly toward the slab, sniffing the air near him as if trying to inhale the victory smell. Bongo thinks this is much better than just eating berries. It has drama and texture. He quickly shifts into a small tanuki form and begins enthusiastically grooming his paws while looking up at Dwayne with wide, expectant eyes.
And with that, we end our story. The heroes have triumphed, and the boss of Boss Battle Peak has been defeated once more. As we exit our story, each of you should give a message to the viewers at home.
slowly takes another deep drag from his joint, letting the smoke curl around his sunglasses like a celebratory halo. Hey everyone, thanks for tuning into this beautiful little slice of organic rebellion! Don't let the corporate machine tell you that life has to be streamlined or predictable. Embrace the glorious chaos. Remember, man, even when things feel totally overprocessed, there's always room for some authentic, potent bliss. Keep growing wild and stay unbothered.
Bongo puffs out his chest proudly in his small tanuki form, giving a vigorous little tail wag to match Bud's vibe. He sniffs the smoke cloud thoughtfully, then gives it a happy sniff again, as if confirming its deliciousness. Bongo thinks viewers must remember that life is like finding the perfect pile of crunchy leaves. Always something new and tasty waiting. Go find your own fun friends. Bongo will be here, looking for snacks and mischief.
Dwayne strikes a final impossibly wide pose, flexing his stone biceps so hard the lichen seems to ripple. Lustendo PV, mamars! You just witnessed greatness in motion, pure power colliding with perfect flavor! He points directly at Bongo Bungo. You little legend, you got that energy! Remember this feeling, because Dwayne Mountain is here to make sure you never stop chasing it!
And, I'm gonna say that's the end of this stream. We went like 20 minutes past. Yeah, I don't know. I need to make this whole thing better. Make more better or something. The voices really weren't in it this time, I think. Especially the slab. I really could have done better there. Okay, well, I will be back on Wednesday, and on Wednesday I will actually be playing Fallout London, like I said I was gonna do. Sorry, this time I forgot to say, Friday that I had something planned for now. Well, for a given value of planned. But yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday. If you're watching this on a VOD, make sure to like and subscribe and comment and stuff. Till then, bye.